Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The velvet curtain smelled of dust and old roses, that particular scent that clung to theatre fabric like memory itself. November fog pressed against the tall windows of the Royal Opera House, turning the gas lamps outside into soft golden smudges that barely penetrated the grey. Inside, the air held a different quality. Warm breath, an expensive perfume mingling with the faint metallic tang of anticipation that always filled a concert hall before the performance began. Sherlock Holmes sat in the third row, his long fingers drumming an absent pattern against the arm of his seat, a rhythm that matched nothing and everything all at once. Beside him, Dr. John Watson shifted slightly, adjusting his evening coat with the practised motion of a man who'd worn formal attire to too many unusual appointments at his friend's insistence. The doctor's moustache twitched as he surveyed the audience, dowagers dripping with jewels, young couples stealing glances at one another, critics with their severe expressions already prepared. "You haven't told me why we're here," Watson murmured, his voice low enough to blend with the general murmur of the settling crowd. "You detest opera. You tolerate chamber music only when you're playing it yourself. And you specifically called tonight's programme an assault on Vivaldi's dignity when I showed you the advertisement." Holmes's grey eyes flickered with something that might have been amusement. "I said the promotional language was an assault. I said nothing about the performer." He tilted his head slightly, that bird-like gesture of focused attention. "Mikhail Volkov is unusual." The stage before them waited in shadow, its heavy crimson curtains drawn closed. The orchestra pit held 24 musicians who tuned their instruments with the casual expertise of professionals, creating that peculiar cacophony that somehow promised beauty to come. A harp sang a single note. A clarinet answered. The oboe, as always, insisted on having the last word. Victorian London's theatre district existed in a curious state between high art and common spectacle, where Shakespeare shared streets with music halls, where opera houses stood 3 doors down from establishments that Watson politely never mentioned. The Royal Opera House itself carried the weight of respectability, its facade of columns and carved stones suggesting permanence, tradition, the sort of cultural authority that the Empire liked to drape around itself like ermine. But Holmes, who saw through facades as easily as other men saw through glass, knew that respectability was often the thinnest costume of all. The house lights began to dim, a gradual lowering that felt like the city itself drawing breath. Conversations tapered to whispers, whispers to silence. The conductor emerged from the wings, his white-gloved hands catching the last of the light, as he bowed to scattered applause. He turned to his orchestra, raised his baton, and for one perfect moment everything hung suspended. Then the music began, soft, careful, a rising progression that spoke of dawn and possibility. The curtains parted with a whisper of heavy fabric, revealing a bare stage save for a single chair and music stand, both positioned in a pool of carefully managed gaslight that seemed almost liquid in its golden quality. And then he appeared. Mikhail Volkov walked onto the stage as though he were walking through water, his movements languid and careful. He was perhaps 40, with the sort of gaunt aristocratic features that suggested either nobility or hunger, possibly both. His dark hair swept back from a high forehead, and his hands, those remarkable hands that critics across Europe praised in their reviews, moved with a dancer's precision as he acknowledged the audience's applause with a slight bow. But it was what he carried that made Watson lean forward in his seat, that made even Holmes' perpetual mask of indifference crack just slightly. The violin was made entirely of glass. Not crystal, Watson would realise later, but true glass. Translucent, almost liquid in appearance, catching the stage light and fracturing it into subtle rainbows that played across the instrument's surface. The body curved with the traditional shape of a violin, yet somehow seemed too delicate to exist, too fragile to produce anything but the sound of breaking. Even the bow, held loosely in Volkov's right hand, appeared to be constructed of spun glass, its horsehair the only traditional element. "Good God," Watson breathed, "how is that even possible?" "Bohemian glasswork," Holmes replied, his voice barely audible. "There are perhaps 6 artisans in all of Europe capable of such construction. 3 of them are in Prague. The technique dates back to the mid-18th century, though it was largely abandoned due to the instrument's fragility and the difficulty of achieving proper resonance." He paused. "This particular violin, if I'm not mistaken, is the work of the Kashba workshop. Note the slight blue tint to the glass, barely perceptible. That's their signature, a trace element in the sand they use, sourced from a specific region of the Vltava River Valley." Watson had long since stopped being surprised by the breadth of his friend's knowledge, yet somehow Holmes still managed to produce these moments of casual omniscience. "You've made a study of glass violins, then?" "I've made a study of instruments used in ways their makers never intended," Holmes said, and something in his tone made Watson glance at him sharply. But before the doctor could pursue that cryptic comment, Volkov had positioned himself, the glass violin tucked beneath his chin with infinite care, the bow poised above the strings. The concert hall held its breath. The first note emerged like something born rather than played, pure, crystalline, with a quality that seemed to bypass the ear entirely and resonate directly in the chest. It was unlike any violin Watson had ever heard, lacking the warm wooden depth of a Stradivarius, but possessing instead a clarity that felt almost supernatural, as though the music were being filtered through ice and starlight. Volkov played a piece Watson didn't recognize, though the melody carried echoes of Eastern European folk traditions, those haunting minor keys that spoke of long winters and longer memories. The glass violin sang its impossible song, and the audience sat transfixed, barely breathing, unwilling to disturb even the air through which those notes travelled. Holmes, however, was not watching Volkov's hands or the instrument. His attention had fixed on the music stand, on the sheets of notation that Volkov referenced only occasionally. Even from the third row, even in the carefully managed stage lighting, Holmes' exceptional vision caught something that made his eyes narrow almost imperceptibly. The musical notation was wrong. Not incorrect in terms of the notes themselves. Volkov played flawlessly, each phrase building upon the last with the confidence of a master. But the written music on the stand contained marks that had nothing to do with standard notation. Small symbols in the margins barely visible, notations that suggested fingering positions but which corresponded to no logical pattern Holmes recognized. And there, partially obscured by the curve of the paper, what appeared to be numbers written in a hand different from the primary manuscript. Watson, wholly absorbed in the performance, noticed none of this. The glass violin wept and sang, its voice filling the opera house with a beauty that seemed almost painful in its intensity. Volkov swayed slightly as he played, his eyes half closed, his entire being focused on drawing sound from this impossible instrument. The piece built toward its crescendo, the melody climbing and climbing, reaching for something just beyond grasp. Volkov's bow moved faster, the notes cascading over one another like water over stones. The glass violin blazed in the stage light, throwing fragments of rainbow across the performer's face, across the floor, across the first rows of transfixed audience members. And then, in the space between one note and the next, something changed. It was subtle at first, so subtle that most of the audience didn't register it immediately. Volkov's bow wavered just fractionally. His left hand, which had been dancing across the fingerboard with absolute precision, trembled. The note he was playing bent slightly, going sharp, then recovering, then bending again. Holmes sat forward, his entire body suddenly tense. Volkov's eyes, which had been half closed in concentration, snapped open. They were wide, startled, with something in them that Watson's medical training immediately recognized as fear. The violinist's breathing had become visible, his chest rising and falling too quickly. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool November air that seeped through the opera house's walls. The music continued, but now it carried a desperate quality, as though Volkov were fighting to maintain the melody against some invisible resistance. His fingers pressed harder against the glass strings, producing a sound that was still beautiful, but now edged with something almost like pain. Watson glanced around, wondering if anyone else had noticed. Most of the audience remained absorbed, their expression showing nothing but appreciation. but here and there faces began to show confusion, concern. The conductor in the orchestra pit had turned slightly, his baton still moving but his expression troubled. Holmes had risen slightly from his seat, though he made no move toward the stage. His hands gripped the seat back in front of him, knuckles white, every line of his body radiating focused attention. On stage, Volkov staggered. It was small, barely perceptible, but unmistakable. His bow arm dropped several inches, producing a harsh scraping sound as it dragged across the strings. He caught himself, forced the bow back into position, and attempted to continue the piece. But his left hand was shaking violently now, the fingers twitching against the glass fingerboard in a rhythm that had nothing to do with music. The glass violin slipped. Volkov grabbed for it, his reflexes still trained despite whatever was happening to his body. He caught the instrument against his chest, cradling it with both arms. The bow clattered to the stage floor, its glass construction somehow surviving the impact. For one suspended moment, Volkov stood there, holding the violin like a child holding something precious, his face a mask of confusion and terror. Then his knees buckled and he fell. The sound of his body hitting the wooden stage echoed through the opera house like a thunderclap. The glass violin tumbled from his grip, rolling slightly before coming to rest against the music stand with a soft crystalline chime that was grotesquely beautiful. Volkov lay on his side, his limbs twitching in the unmistakable pattern of convulsions, his breath coming in harsh gasps that the entire audience could hear in the sudden, terrible silence. Watson was moving before conscious thought could intervene, his doctor's instincts overriding social protocol. He pushed past startled audience members, ignoring the protests and gasps, and vaulted into the orchestra pit with surprising agility for a man with an old war wound. Holmes followed, more fluid in his movements, his face set in an expression of grim concentration. They reached the stage as the curtains began to fall, as stagehands rushed forward, as a woman in the front row began to scream. Watson dropped to his knees beside the fallen violinist, his hands already checking for pulse, for respiration, for any of the 100 signs his medical training had taught him to read in moments of crisis. Volkov's pupils were dilated, his pulse racing and irregular. Foam flecked the corners of his mouth. His skin had taken on a faint bluish tinge that spoke of oxygen deprivation, of systems failing, of something catastrophically wrong happening inside his body. "Poison," Watson said, the word emerging clipped and professional despite the surge of adrenaline. "Dear God, Holmes, he's been poisoned." Holmes had moved not to the victim but to the glass violin, which lay forgotten amid the chaos. He crouched beside it, his long fingers hovering above the instrument without quite touching, his eyes cataloguing every detail with that inhuman precision that made him both brilliant and sometimes frightening. In the gaslight of the stage, with the curtain now fully drawn and stagehands shouting for doctors and police, Holmes examined the glass violin with the intensity of a man reading scripture. And there, just visible on the instrument's surface, was a faint residue, barely perceptible, a slight discoloration along the strings where fingers had pressed, along the chin rest where skin had made contact. It caught the light strangely, like oil on water, like something that didn't quite belong. Holmes finally touched the violin, his fingers careful, deliberate. He lifted it, turned it slowly in the light, and brought it close to his face. His nostrils flared slightly as he scented the air around the instrument, and there, so faint that Watson, busy trying to save a man's life, would never have noticed, was an odour, bitter, almond-like, familiar to anyone who'd studied the darker applications of chemistry. "Get him to hospital," Holmes said, his voice cutting through the chaos with absolute authority. "St. Bartholomew's if you can manage it. Tell them possible cyanide derivatives, though the delivery mechanism is—" He paused, his eyes still fixed on the glass violin. Unprecedented. Watson barely heard him, already organising the stagehands into a makeshift stretcher, already barking orders about keeping the airway clear, about the necessity of speed. But some part of his mind registered Holmes's words, stored them away for later consideration. The fog outside had thickened, turning London into a city of ghosts and suggestions. Inside the Royal Opera House, as Mikhail Volkov was carried away with Watson attending him, as the audience was ushered out by apologetic staff, as police constables began to arrive with their questions and notebooks, Sherlock Holmes stood alone on the empty stage. He held the glass violin, carefully, this impossible instrument that had somehow become a weapon, The notation on the music stand caught his attention again, those strange marks and numbers that didn't belong. He stepped closer, careful not to disturb anything, and studied the pages with an intensity that bordered on reverence. Someone had embedded a message in this music. Someone had turned beauty into poison, art into murder. And standing there in the emptying opera house, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamps burning low, Holmes felt the familiar cold fire of a hunt beginning to kindle in his chest. This was no ordinary crime. This was something elegant and terrible, something that spoke of planning and patience and a revenge that had been brewing for far longer than a single London evening. The game, as they said, was afoot, and somewhere in the fog-wrapped city, a killer with a taste for the Baroque waited to see if their work had been successful. The morning arrived as London mornings often did in November, reluctantly as though the city itself had grown fond of darkness and needed gentle coaxing toward daylight. Fog still clung to the streets of Baker Street, softer now than the thick shroud of the previous evening, but persistent in that particularly English way that suggested it had nowhere better to be and all the time in the world to prove it. Inside 221B, the sitting room had taken on the organised chaos that always accompanied Holmes in the midst of a case. The breakfast table bore the remnants of Mrs. Hudson's valiant attempt at providing proper nourishment. Cold toast, congealing eggs, tea that had long since given up any pretence of warmth. Neither Holmes nor Watson had touched much of it. The doctor sat in his customary chair, still in his dressing gown, despite the hour approaching 10, his notebook open on his knee as he transcribed the previous evening's events with the methodical precision of a man trained to observe symptoms and outcomes. Holmes stood at the window, his profile sharp against the grey morning light, his dressing gown of royal blue silk hanging loosely from his lean frame. He hadn't slept. Watson could tell from the particular intensity in his posture, the way his fingers drummed against the window frame in that ceaseless pattern that indicated a mind racing far faster than the world around it could possibly accommodate. Between them, on Holmes' chemistry table, which had been hastily cleared of its usual complement of beakers and Bunsen burners, rested the glass violin. In the softer light of morning, removed from the theatrical drama of the opera house, the instrument revealed itself more fully. It was a marvel of craftsmanship. There could be no denying that. The glass from which it had been constructed possessed a clarity that seemed almost liquid, yet it held the traditional violin's curves with perfect fidelity. The scrolled head, the F-holes carved through the body, the bridge rising in its graceful arch. The strings, Watson had learned during Holmes's examination the previous night, were actually spun glass filaments of extraordinary tensile strength, coated with something that gave them the proper texture for the bow. "Volkoff is stable," Watson said, breaking the silence that had held the room for the past quarter hour. "I received word from Bart's an hour ago. The poison, whatever it was, didn't kill him, though it was a near thing. He remains unconscious, and Stamford says his nervous system has sustained significant damage. Whether he'll recover to full function—" Watson trailed off, his medical mind supplying outcomes he preferred not to voice. Holmes turned from the window, his grey eyes bright with that particular quality of focused intensity that meant he'd assembled pieces Watson couldn't yet see. "Cyanide derivative, as I suspected, but not administered in any conventional manner. The residue on the instrument contains traces of a compound I've not encountered before. Prussic acid, certainly, but bound to something else, something designed to be absorbed through the skin slowly, to build in the system over the course of a performance." He moved to the table, his long fingers hovering above the glass violin with the same careful reverence he'd shown the previous evening. "Consider the elegance of it, Watson. A poison that requires time, that needs the victim to handle the instrument repeatedly, to press fingers against strings, to tuck it beneath the chin where skin is thin and blood vessels run close to the surface. A poison that would manifest not immediately but gradually, building toward a crescendo that matched the music itself." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning temperature. "That's monstrous." "That's personal," Holmes corrected, his voice soft. "This wasn't murder for profit or to silence a witness or any of the conventional motivations that drive men to kill. This was revenge, Watson. Revenge dressed in beauty, wrapped in artistry, delivered through the very thing the victim loved most." He paused, tilting his head slightly. "There's poetry in it, in a terrible sort of way." The doctor set aside his notebook, unable to continue writing in the face of such calculated cruelty. Who would do such a thing? And why Volkov specifically? Ah, Holmes said, and now his fingers did touch the violin, tracing along its curves with infinite care. That is precisely the question, isn't it? Let us begin with what we know. Not speculation, not theory, but demonstrable fact. He lifted the instrument, holding it up to the window light. This violin was crafted in Prague, or more specifically, in the Malastrana district of that city, in a workshop that has produced glass instruments for 3 generations. The technique is closely guarded, passed from master to apprentice, involving not just glass blowing, but an understanding of acoustics that rivals anything you'd find in a university. Laboratory. He pointed to the scroll at the top of the instrument, where Watson could now see, in the clearer morning light, a tiny mark etched into the glass. It looked like a stylized letter, K, intertwined with what might have been a treble clef, or perhaps just decorative flourish. Kaspar, Holmes said. Joseph Kaspar specifically, who inherited the workshop from his father in 1878. He's produced perhaps 20 glass violins in his lifetime, each one a masterpiece, each one sold to collectors or performers wealthy enough to afford such exquisite fragility. I made inquiries last night while you were at the hospital. He glanced at Watson with a slight smile. The telegraph office on Strand remains blessedly open at all hours for those willing to pay premium rates. Watson rose, moving closer to examine the mark for himself. You telegraphed Prague, in the middle of the night. Prague, Vienna, and Leipzig. The community of rare instrument dealers is surprisingly small, and even more surprisingly interconnected. Everyone knows everyone, and more importantly, everyone knows everyone's business. Holmes set the violin down carefully, then moved to his desk where several telegrams lay in a neat stack. This particular instrument was commissioned 18 months ago by an intermediary, a London dealer named Cornelius Blackwood, who operates from premises in Holborn. The commission specified exact dimensions, exact tonal qualities, and requested that the instrument be delivered not to Blackwood himself, but directly to Mikhail Volkov. Commissioned by whom? That, my dear Watson, is where the trail becomes interesting. Holmes selected one of the telegrams, scanning it as he spoke. Blackwood received payment through a solicitor's office. Perfectly legitimate, nothing unusual in that. The solicitor represented an anonymous client who wished to present the violin to Volkov as a gift in recognition of his artistry. The payment was generous, the request specific, and Blackwood, being a businessman first and a curious soul second, asked no uncomfortable questions. Watson absorbed this, his mind working through the implications. So someone wanted Volkov to have this specific violin, from this specific maker, delivered in a way that couldn't be traced back to them. Precisely. Though couldn't be traced is perhaps optimistic. Everything can be traced, Watson. It's merely a matter of how much effort one is willing to expend. Holmes moved back to the violin, his expression thoughtful. The poison was applied after the instrument left Prague. Of that I'm certain. Joseph Kaspar is a craftsman of the highest order, a man who lives for his art. He would no more poison one of his creations than a mother would poison her own child. No, the violin arrived in London pristine and perfect, and somewhere between Blackwood's shop and last night's performance, someone gained access to it and transformed beauty into death. The sitting room settled into a contemplative quiet, broken only by the distant sounds of Baker Street coming to life outside, the clip-clop of horses, the call of a street vendor, the general murmur of a city going about its business with the same determined obliviousness that had characterized London since before the Romans decided this soggy river bend was worth settling. Watson found himself drawn to the violin despite his revulsion at what it represented. The craftsmanship really was extraordinary. The glass caught light in ways that wood never could, fracturing it into subtle spectrums, making the instrument seem almost alive. He could imagine the sound it must have produced, that crystalline purity Volkov had drawn from it in the moments before everything went wrong. "Tell me about the music," Holmes said suddenly, though he was still staring at the violin rather than at Watson. "You're a musical man, Watson. Not professionally trained, perhaps, but you've a good ear and you've heard enough performances to know when something's amiss." What did you make of the piece Volkov was playing? Watson considered, calling up the memory of those haunting minor keys. Eastern European certainly, folk influences, though elevated. There was something almost ritualistic about it, patterns that repeated with slight variations, like a prayer or an incantation. Why? Holmes moved to his desk again, this time producing a sheaf of papers that Watson recognised as the sheet music from Volkov's stand. The stagehands had been persuaded to part with it after Holmes had explained, in that imperious tone he reserved for officials who needed managing, that it was crucial evidence. The papers were covered in standard musical notation, but now, with Holmes pointing them out, Watson could see the additional marks his friend had mentioned. Small symbols in the margins, numbers that didn't correspond to any musical notation system Watson knew. "This is not merely music," Holmes said, his finger tracing along the margins where the mysterious marks appeared. "Or rather, it is music, but it's also something else. A cipher, Watson, a code embedded within the notes themselves, invisible to anyone not specifically looking for it, inaudible to anyone not trained to hear it." Watson leaned closer, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The musical notation itself appeared straightforward. Notes on a staff, standard symbols for tempo and dynamics, the sort of thing one might find in any composition. But those marginal marks, those additional numbers. "The piece Volkov played was called Ballad of the Forgotten Crown," Holmes continued, his voice taking on that particular quality it held when he was reconstructing events from fragments. A Czech composition, written by an obscure composer named Antonín Čermák, who died in Prague in 1885 under circumstances that were, at the time, considered somewhat suspicious. The piece itself is rarely performed. I found reference to only 3 public performances in the past decade, all of them in Central Europe. And the significance? I don't yet know, but consider the care taken in this crime, Watson. The specific violin, commissioned from a specific maker, the specific piece of music, rarely performed, chosen for this particular concert. Volkov himself, a Czech violinist living in exile in London for the past 7 years. And now this, he tapped the sheet music, this hidden message woven through the composition like a thread through tapestry. Holmes straightened, his eyes distant with thought. Someone has gone to extraordinary lengths to deliver a very specific message through a very specific medium. The violin wasn't just a murder weapon. The music wasn't just accompaniment. They're both part of a larger communication, a statement being made by someone who feels they have something important to say and has chosen the most baroque method imaginable to say it. A knock at the door interrupted Holmes's theorizing. Mrs. Hudson's voice came through, apologetic but insistent. "Mr. Holmes, there's a gentleman to see you. Says it's about last night's incident at the Opera House. Professor Ashworth, from the Royal Academy of Music." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes called, and then to Watson, more quietly, "Cover the violin with that cloth, would you? Let's see what our visitor has to say before we reveal what we know." Watson complied, draping a piece of velvet over the glass instrument just as footsteps sounded on the stairs. The man who entered was perhaps 60, with the sort of dignified bearing that came from a lifetime spent in academic circles. His hair had gone completely white, though his eyebrows retained some of their original darkness, giving his face a stern quality softened by eyes that suggested genuine kindness. He wore a well-cut suit that had seen better days and carried a leather satchel that appeared to be held together more by habit than any structural integrity. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, his voice carrying the cultured tones of Oxford or Cambridge. Watson couldn't quite place which. "I hope I'm not intruding. I've come to know about the Volkov matter." "Not at all, Professor," Holmes said, gesturing to the chair Watson had recently vacated. "Please, sit. Tea. I'm afraid it's gone cold, but Mrs. Hudson can be prevailed upon to—" "No, thank you. I won't take much of your time." Ashworth settled into the chair, his satchel on his lap. "I attended last night's performance. Dreadful business, absolutely dreadful. But I'm here not as a witness, but as someone who may be able to shed some light on a particular aspect of the case." Holmes had moved to stand by the fireplace, his posture alert. "Go on." "I'm a musicologist by training," Ashworth explained. "My specialty is musical cryptography, the use of musical notation to encode messages. It's an old practice dating back centuries. Composers have hidden everything from political manifestos to love letters within their works, using systems ranging from the simple substitution of notes for letters to extraordinarily complex mathematical progressions that require expertise in both music theory and higher mathematics to decode." Watson saw Holmes's expression sharpen with interest. And you believe the piece Volkov performed contained such encoding? I don't believe it, Mr. Holmes. I know it. Ashworth opened his satchel, producing his own copy of the sheet music for Ballad of the Forgotten Crown. I've been studying Cermak's work for 20 years. He was a revolutionary, in both the political and musical sense. His compositions were banned in Prague for a time due to their suspected use in passing messages between anti-Habsburg elements. This particular piece, the Ballad, was his final work. He completed it 3 days before his death. A death you described as suspicious, Holmes prompted. He was found in the Vltava River, officially ruled a suicide. But those who knew him, and I corresponded with several of his contemporaries before they passed, believed otherwise. Cermak was not a man prone to despair. He was, by all accounts, in the midst of planning several new compositions, engaged to be married, and optimistic about the future despite the political climate. Ashworth spread the sheet music on his lap. His death conveniently silenced a voice that certain authorities found troublesome. The room had taken on that particular quality of attention that accompanied revelations. Holmes remained perfectly still by the fireplace, his eyes fixed on their visitor with an intensity that might have been unnerving to someone less certain of their purpose. The code in the Ballad, Ashworth continued, is remarkably sophisticated. It uses a combination of the musical notes themselves and the marginal annotations to spell out what I believe are coordinates and dates. I've only partially decoded it. The system requires knowledge I don't possess, possibly information that was shared only between Cermak and his intended recipients. But the fragments I have been able to translate suggest— He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. They suggest a warning, names of individuals, a date in October of 1885, and repeated references to the makers, or possibly the crafters. The check is ambiguous. Watson found himself leaning forward despite his resolve to maintain professional detachment. 1885, the same year Cermak died. Indeed. And October of that year saw an attempted assassination in Prague, a minor Habsburg official, as I recall, though the details were suppressed at the time. The would-be assassin was never caught. Ashworth looked between the two men. I have reason to believe that Cermak's code, this ballad, was a map of sorts, a record of who was involved in that plot, perhaps, or a warning of what was to come. Holmes had begun to pace, his movements sharp, with the energy of connections forming. And Volkov? What was his relationship to Cermak? I don't know for certain, but Volkov was in Prague in 1885. He was a young man then, newly establishing his reputation as a virtuoso. He performed at the National Theatre frequently. He would have moved in the same circles as Cermak, and would have known the same people. Ashworth's expression grew troubled. Mr. Holmes, I came here because when I heard about last night, about the glass violin, about the particular piece Volkov chose to perform, I felt a chill of recognition. Someone is finishing something that began 40 years ago. Someone remembers. The fog outside had begun to lift, London revealing itself gradually like a photograph developing in solution. Through the window, Baker Street emerged from grey suggestion into the mundane reality of shops and hansoms, of women with baskets and men with newspapers, of a world going about its business with cheerful ignorance of the darker threads that wove beneath its surface. Holmes stood at the window, his profile sharp against the strengthening light. Professor Ashworth, I need you to decode the rest of that music, all of it. Use whatever resources you require, consult whomever you must. I need to know what Cermak was trying to say. I'll do my best, though I make no promises. The code is devilishly complex. Then we shall have to be devilishly patient. Holmes turned from the window, his expression grave. In the meantime, Watson and I have a glassmaker to visit, and a dealer in rare instruments who may be able to tell us more about who commissioned our murderous violin. He paused. Tell me, Professor, in your studies of Cermak, did you ever come across references to the Kaspar workshop, glass instrument makers in Prague? Ashworth's face showed surprise. The Kaspars? Yes, actually. Joseph Kaspar's father, Václav, was known to have associations with the revolutionary element in Prague. Nothing proven, mind you, but he was questioned after the assassination attempt in 1885. His workshop was searched, though nothing incriminating was found. Why do you ask? Holmes crossed to the table where the violin lay beneath its velvet covering. With a flourish, he removed the cloth, revealing the glass instrument in all its terrible beauty. Because, Professor, the weapon used to poison Mikhail Volkov last night was crafted by Josef Kaspar himself. The son of your revolutionary glassmaker. Ashworth stared at the violin, his face draining of colour. Dear God. Quite, Holmes said softly. Someone has waited a very long time for this revenge. Someone who understands the power of symbols, the poetry of turning a man's passion against him. Someone who speaks in ciphers and codes, who thinks in layers of meaning. His grey eyes glinted with something that might have been admiration, or might have been horror. With Holmes, the two were often difficult to distinguish. We're not hunting a common murderer, gentlemen. We're hunting an artist. And in that moment, with the morning sun finally breaking through London's perpetual fog, with a poisoned violin gleaming on the table between them like some terrible jewel, Watson understood that they'd stumbled into something far more complex and dangerous than a simple murder. They'd walked into the final act of a tragedy that had been running for 40 years, and somewhere in the vast machinery of London, or perhaps in the shadowed streets of Prague, or perhaps in the space between those two cities where memory and revenge lived, someone was waiting to see if their masterpiece had been appreciated. The game, Watson thought, had become something altogether more sinister than a game. It had become a requiem. The afternoon settled over Baker Street with the particular heaviness that November afternoons possessed, as though the day itself had grown tired of trying and was content to simply exist until darkness provided an excuse to end. Inside 221B, the fire had been built up against the chill, its warmth casting dancing shadows across walls lined with books, across the Persian slipper that held Holmes's tobacco, across the correspondence stabbed through with a jackknife into the very centre of the wooden mantelpiece. Holmes sat at his desk, the sheet music for Ballad of the Forgotten Crown spread before him in careful arrangement. He'd been there for 3 hours now, barely moving, his pipe sending up contemplative curls of smoke that hung in the air like questions awaiting answers. Watson had learned long ago that these periods of intense concentration were not to be interrupted. His friend's mind worked in ways that required absolute focus, building connections from fragments that would have seemed meaningless to anyone else. The doctor occupied himself with correspondence, responding to letters from old army colleagues, writing up notes on a recent case involving a stolen emerald that Holmes had solved with such casual efficiency that Watson wondered if it was even worth chronicling. But his attention kept drifting to his friend, to the furious stillness with which Holmes attacked the problem of Chermak's cipher. Professor Ashworth had departed 2 hours earlier, promising to return the following day with whatever additional insights his research might yield. He'd left behind several volumes from his personal library, scholarly works on musical cryptography, treatises on Czech revolutionary movements of the 1880s, and a slim monograph on the Kashbar glassmaking dynasty that Holmes had immediately devoured with the hunger of a man reading a menu after days of fasting. "Watson," Holmes said suddenly, not looking up from the music, "what do you know of musical intervals?" The doctor set aside his pen, grateful for the interruption. "The space between notes, I suppose? An octave, a fifth, that sort of thing?" "Precisely. Each interval has a mathematical relationship. An octave is a 2-1, frequency ratio, a perfect fifth is 3-2, and so forth. Pythagoras discovered this, or rather documented what musicians had known instinctively for millennia. Music is mathematics made audible, Watson. Pure ratio and proportion, dressed in melody." Holmes tapped the sheet music with his long fingers. "And if music is mathematics, then it can be manipulated as mathematics can be manipulated. Encoded, transformed, made to carry meanings beyond the merely aesthetic." He rose from the desk, carrying one of the pages to the window where the failing light was strongest. "Look here. The piece begins in D minor, a key traditionally associated with solemnity, with grief. But see how Chermak shifts unexpectedly to B-flat major in the third measure? There's no musical reason for such a transition. It disrupts the melodic flow, creates tension where none is warranted by the composition's structure." Watson joined him at the window, peering at the notations that meant so little to his untrained eye. Perhaps he was simply being experimental. Chermak was many things, but experimental in his compositions he was not. His work was noted for its classical structure, its adherence to established forms. No, this shift is deliberate, and it's not for musical effect, it's a signal. Holmes' finger moved along the staff. The first letter of each key, reading left to right through the piece, D, B-flat, A, E-flat, G, E, C-sharp. if we convert those to their alphabetical positions and apply a simple Caesar shift. He trailed off, his eyes narrowing as he performed calculations Watson couldn't follow. The doctor had seen this before, his friend's mind working at speeds that seemed almost superhuman, processing information, testing hypotheses, discarding failures and pursuing successes all in the space of heartbeats. "No," Holmes muttered. "Too simple. Chermak would have known that any competent cryptographer could break a Caesar cipher within an hour." He moved back to the desk, spreading out additional pages. The marginal notations, then. These numbers Professor Ashworth mentioned. "Watson, fetch me that volume on coordinate systems, would you? The one with the green binding?" Watson complied, pulling the requested book from the shelf and handing it to Holmes, who barely acknowledged the gesture, already flipping through pages with practiced speed. The fire crackled and popped, a piece of coal shifting with a sound like small bones breaking. "Here," Holmes said after several minutes of intense reading. A geographic coordinate system used in Central Europe in the late 19th century, predating our modern standardization. These numbers, 50, 5, 23, could be degrees, minutes, and seconds of latitude or longitude, and if we apply them to Prague specifically— He pulled out his atlas, that massive leather-bound volume that had accompanied them on so many cases, and began tracing coordinates with his finger. Yes, this makes sense. The first set of coordinates leads to an address in Malastrana, Prague's lesser quarter. Old town, narrow streets, medieval architecture, the heart of the artisan district. The Kashba workshop, Watson ventured. Very possibly, though the address system has changed since 1885, so we'd need to correlate historical records with modern maps. Holmes made a note in his neat, precise handwriting. But there are more coordinates here, 3 separate locations, if I'm reading this correctly, all within Prague, all within a roughly 2-mile radius of one another, and dates, these numerical sequences that don't fit the geographic pattern, October 15th, October 22nd, October 29th, all in 1885. Watson felt the case beginning to take shape, though its full form remained obscured, like a statue emerging from fog. The assassination attempt Professor Ashworth mentioned, when did that occur? October 29th, according to the historical records I've been able to consult. A Habsburg official named Graf Leopold von Schwarzenberg was attacked as he left a theatre performance. Shot at, though the bullet missed. The assailant escaped in the confusion. Von Schwarzenberg survived, increased security was implemented, and the incident was largely suppressed in official reports. Holmes set down his pen, his expression thoughtful. But the planning for such an attempt would have taken time. Surveillance of the target, coordination among conspirators, acquisition of weapons. October 15th and October 27th might represent earlier stages of that plot. And Chermak encoded all of this in his music. Not just encoded it, Watson, preserved it. Think of it, he knew his life was in danger, knew that the authorities were closing in on the conspiracy. So he composed a piece of music, innocent on its surface, beautiful even, that contained within it a complete record of the plot. Names encoded in key changes, locations hidden in marginal notations, dates concealed in rhythmic patterns, a map and a confession and a warning all wrapped in artistry. Holmes began to pace, his movements sharp with the energy of discovery. And then he died, conveniently, 3 days after completing the piece, drowned in the Vltava River, officially a suicide, more likely a murder disguised as such. But the music survived. The Ballad of the Forgotten Crown survived, passed down through musical circles, occasionally performed, its secrets hidden in plain sight for anyone clever enough to look for them. The implications settled over Watson like a heavy cloak. Then someone has been looking for them. Someone who knew what Chermak had done, who understood that the music contained information dangerous enough to kill for. Or to kill with, Holmes corrected. Consider the exquisite irony of it, Watson. Chermak encoded secrets in his music and was murdered for it. Now, 40 years later, someone uses that same music, performed on an instrument crafted by the son of a man implicated in the original conspiracy, to exact revenge on someone connected to those long-ago events. Its symmetry taken to the level of poetry. Watson moved to the window, looking out at Baker Street where evening was beginning to claim the city. Gas lamps were being lit, their yellow glow pushing back against the gathering dark. A hansom rattled past, its horse's hooves sharp on the cobblestones. Somewhere a church bell tolled the hour, its sound carrying through the cold air with that particular clarity that November evenings provided. "But why now?" the doctor asked, "and why wait 40 years? "Ah, that is the question that troubles me most. Revenge is typically a hot emotion, Watson. It drives men to immediate action, to rash decisions. A revenge that waits 4 decades is something altogether different. It requires patience, planning, and most importantly, a sense of timing that suggests our perpetrator has been waiting for the proper moment." Holmes had stopped his pacing, standing now before the fireplace with his hands clasped behind his back. Something has changed recently. Some trigger has been pulled that sets this elaborate mechanism into motion. A knock at the door interrupted them. Mrs. Hudson entered, bearing a telegram on her silver tray. "Just arrived, Mr. Holmes." The boy said it was urgent. Holmes took the telegram, scanning it quickly. His eyebrows rose fractionally, the only indication of surprise he typically allowed himself. "It's from Cornelius Blackwood, the instrument dealer in Holborn. He requests, rather insists actually, that we call upon him this evening at our earliest convenience. He has, and I quote, information pertaining to the glass violin matter that cannot be entrusted to telegraph or post." Rather dramatic, Watson observed. Rather frightened, I suspect. Blackwood has realised he's part of a chain that led to attempted murder, and he's worried about his own position in the matter. Either he fears prosecution or— Holmes paused, his expression darkening— or he fears something worse. Come, Watson, we'd best not keep Mr. Blackwood waiting. Fear is a fleeting emotion. It may provide him with temporary courage, but it's just as likely to send him into hiding if we delay. They dressed quickly, donning the heavy coats and scarves that November evenings demanded. Watson retrieved his service revolver from its drawer, checking the chambers with the automatic efficiency of long habit. Holmes noticed but said nothing. After all these years, the gun's presence had become simply another tool in their investigative arsenal, like the magnifying glass or the measuring tape. The journey to Holborn was accomplished in a hansom that smelled of old leather and horse, and that particularly London combination of coal smoke and fog that never quite left the city's air. Holmes spent the trip in contemplative silence, his sharp profile occasionally illuminated by the passing gas lamps, his mind clearly working through the permutations of the case with that relentless logic that was both his greatest gift and, Watson sometimes thought, his greatest curse. Blackwood's shop occupied a narrow building squeezed between a bookbinder and a tobacconist, on a street that still retained some of the medieval character that most of London had lost to progress and fire. The sign above the door read "C. Blackwood and Son, Rare Instruments and Musical Antiquities," in gilt letters that had seen better days. Light showed through the gaps in the drawn curtains, suggesting someone within, though the hour was well past normal business closing. Holmes rapped on the door with his stick, 3 sharp blows that echoed down the narrow street. For a long moment nothing happened, and Watson found his hand drifting toward the pocket where his revolver rested. Then footsteps sounded from within, hurried, nervous, and a voice called out, "Who is it?" "Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. You sent for us, Mr. Blackwood." The sound of locks being drawn back, 3 of them by Watson's count. The door opened a crack, revealing a slice of a pale, sweating face, dominated by frightened eyes. "Quick! Inside! Before anyone sees!" They stepped into the shop's interior, and Blackwood slammed the door behind them, immediately resetting all 3 locks with trembling hands. He was a small man, perhaps 50, with thinning hair combed over a balding pate, and the sort of nervous energy that suggested he spent his days worrying about things beyond his control. His shop was crowded with instruments of every description. Violins hanging from the walls like captured birds, cellos standing in corners like silent guards, flutes and clarinets displayed in glass cases, and everywhere the particular smell of old wood and varnish and rosin that characterized establishments dedicated to music. "Thank God you've come," Blackwood said, wringing his hands in a gesture that might have been comical if it weren't so genuine. "I've been terrified since I heard about poor Volkov. Absolutely terrified. I knew that the violin would bring trouble. I knew it." Holmes had already begun examining the shop with that comprehensive glance that took in everything from the layer of dust on the upper shelves to the fresh scratches on the floor near the back door. "Suppose you tell us about the commission, Mr. Blackwood. Everything, and spare no detail no matter how insignificant it might seem." Blackwood led them to a small office at the rear of the shop. a cluttered space dominated by a desk piled high with catalogues and correspondence. He gestured them to chairs, though he himself remained standing, too agitated to sit. It was 18 months ago, as I told the Prague dealers, a woman came to the shop. Middle-aged, Czech accent, well-dressed but not wealthy if you understand. She knew instruments, I could tell that immediately. She asked specifically about glass violins, about whether I could arrange for one to be commissioned from the cash bar workshop. "Describe her," Holmes said, his voice sharp. "Every detail you can recall." Perhaps 45 years old, though it's difficult to say with certainty. Dark hair going grey, worn in a style that was fashionable perhaps 10 years ago. Brown eyes, very intense. She had pianist's hands, long fingers, well cared for nails. She spoke excellent English, though with that unmistakable Central European accent. Height average, build slender. She wore a mourning brooch, old-fashioned, with what looked like woven hair under glass. Watson saw Holmes lean forward slightly, his attention sharpening. Mourning jewellery, particularly pieces containing the hair of the deceased, had been fashionable in the mid-Victorian era but had fallen largely out of use by the 1890s. For someone to still wear such a piece suggested either deep conservatism or deep grief, possibly both. Did she give a name? She called herself Mrs. Novak. I assumed it was false. She had that quality about her, you know, like someone playing a role, though playing it well. Blackwood finally sat, his nervous energy temporarily exhausted. She explained that she wished to commission a glass violin as a gift for Mikhail Volkov. She said he had been kind to her family during difficult times in Prague, and she wanted to present him with an instrument worthy of his talent. She provided detailed specifications, tonal qualities, dimensions, even the particular shade of blue she wanted in the glass. Cashbar blue, she called it. She knew the workshop intimately. Did she say how she knew these details? No, and I didn't ask. In my line of work, Mr. Holmes, one learns not to inquire too deeply into clients' motivations. The commission was legitimate, the payment generous. She provided £500 up front, with another £300 on delivery. For that price, I was willing to facilitate whatever she wanted. Holmes had produced his notebook, jotting down details with swift efficiency. The solicitor who handled the payment. Name, Hargrove and Sons on Chancery Lane. Perfectly respectable firm. I verified that much before proceeding. Blackwood's hands had begun their nervous ringing again. The violin arrived 6 months ago from Prague, exactly as specified. Beautiful work, absolutely beautiful. I sent word to the solicitor that it was ready for delivery, and Mrs. Novak appeared the following day to collect it. She examined it carefully, ran her fingers over the strings and checked the tuning. Then she left, and that was the last I saw of her, or the instrument until... He trailed off, unable to complete the thought. Until it poisoned Volkov, Holmes finished calmly. Did you notice anything unusual about the instrument when it arrived from Prague? Any discoloration, any scent, any indication that it had been tampered with? Nothing. It was pristine. I'd stake my reputation on that, Mr. Holmes. Whatever was done to that violin happened after it left my possession. Watson had been listening quietly, but now he spoke. "Mr. Blackwood, you said you knew the violin would bring trouble. What did you mean by that?" The dealer's face, already pale, went a shade whiter. 2 weeks ago, a man came to the shop, asking about glass violins, about whether I'd handled any recently. He was... Blackwood struggled for words. He was frightening, Dr. Watson, not in any obvious way. He was polite, well-spoken, well-dressed. But there was something about him, something in his eyes, like he was looking through me rather than at me, like I was already dead, and he was simply waiting for my body to realize it. Holmes had gone very still. That particular quality of absolute attention that indicated he was cataloguing every word, every nuance. Describe him. Tall, perhaps 6 feet, lean build, dark hair, dark eyes, continental features. I'd guess Czech or possibly Austrian. He wore expensive clothes but old-fashioned, like someone who'd been wealthy once and was making do with what remained. A walking stick, ebony with a silver handle, and gloves. He never removed his gloves, even when handling the instruments I showed him. What did you tell him? Nothing. I swore to Mrs. Novak that I would maintain discretion. I told the man I knew nothing about glass violins, hadn't handled any, couldn't help him. He didn't believe me. I could see that in his eyes. But he didn't press the matter. He simply thanked me left his card, and suggested I contact him if I remembered anything that might be helpful. "The card," Holmes said immediately. "Do you still have it?" Blackwood nodded, opening his desk drawer with shaking hands. He produced a simple calling card, cream-coloured stock with black printing. Holmes took it carefully, holding it up to the lamplight. The card read simply, "Edward Cherney, Antiquarian," followed by an address in Bloomsbury. "Watson," Holmes said softly, and there was something in his voice that made the doctor's hand drift once more toward his revolver pocket. "I believe we've just been given the name of either our murderer or our next victim. Possibly both, depending on how deep this conspiracy runs." He stood, pocketing the card with care. "Mr. Blackwood, you will close your shop tomorrow and take a brief holiday. Somewhere outside London, somewhere you've never been before, somewhere you've told no one you're going. You will stay there until you receive a telegram from me indicating it's safe to return." "But my business? Your business will survive. You may not if Cherney decides you know more than you've told." Holmes' voice was sharp with authority. "This is not a request, Mr. Blackwood. This is how you remain alive long enough to face whatever legal consequences may arise from your role in this matter. Do you understand?" Blackwood nodded mutely, all the colour draining from his face. Outside, the fog had thickened again, turning Holborn into a realm of suggestions and shadows. Holmes stood on the pavement, his breath misting in the cold air, his expression unreadable in the dim light from the shop's window. "We're dealing with at least two players in this game, Watson. Mrs. Novak, who commissioned the poisoned violin, and Edward Cherney, who's looking for information about glass violins with an intensity that suggests personal stakes. The question is whether they're working together or at cross purposes. And Volkov? Where does he fit in all this? Volkov is the target, certainly, but I suspect he's also a key. He was in Prague in 1885. He knew Chermak. He may well have known about the assassination plot, may even have been peripherally involved. Someone wants him dead for what he knows, or for what he represents." Holmes began walking, his stride long and purposeful. "Come, Watson. We have a call to make in Bloomsbury. Tonight, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Precisely. The hour when people are settled in their homes, when guards are down, when unannounced visitors might catch a glimpse of truth before masks can be raised." Holmes glanced at his friend, and in the fog-dimmed gaslight his face looked sharp and hungry, like a hawk sighting prey. "Besides, I have a feeling that Mr. Cherney will not be surprised by our arrival. In fact, I suspect he's been expecting us." The fog swallowed them as they walked, two figures moving through London's November night, pursuing a mystery that reached back 40 years and across 1,000 miles, following a trail marked in music and murder, in glass and grief, in codes that turned beauty into weapons and silence into the longest scream of all. Somewhere ahead, in a Bloomsbury lodging, Edward Cherney waited, and in Baker Street, spread across Holmes's desk, Chermak's music held secrets still undercoded, notes that sang of revenge and revolution, of glassmakers and assassins, of a ballad composed for a crown that had been forgotten by everyone except those who still wore its weight like chains. The game continued, and the night was far from over. The address on Edward Cherney's card led them to a narrow street in Bloomsbury, where the buildings leaned toward one another like old men sharing secrets, their Georgian facades faded to a uniform grey that matched the fog still clinging to London's corners, despite the lateness of the hour. This was the London of exiles and émigrés, of people who'd fled empires and revolutions to find refuge in a city that asked few questions and offered even fewer comforts beyond the simple mercy of anonymity. The house itself stood in the middle of the terrace, distinguished from its neighbours only by the particular quality of darkness that seemed to gather around it. No light showed in the windows, though Watson felt certain they were being watched from behind those blank panes. Holmes paused on the pavement, his head tilted slightly in that attitude of focused listening he adopted when assessing situations that might turn dangerous. "The third floor," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "You see the curtain that moved? Someone there, someone expecting visitors but not particularly welcoming of them." Watson's hand found the reassuring weight of his revolver. "Perhaps we should return in daylight, with a constable or two, and give our Mr. Cherney time to vanish? No, Watson, we go now while surprise is still on our side." Holmes mounted the steps to the front door, which, like most London lodging houses, stood unlocked during reasonable hours. The hallway beyond was narrow and dark, smelling of cabbage and coal smoke, and that peculiar mustiness that characterised buildings where too many lives were packed into too little space. They climbed the stairs in silence, Watson's military training keeping his footfalls quiet despite the aged boards that wanted to betray every step. The third-floor landing held 2 doors, one of which bore a tarnished brass plate that read simply E.C. Holmes raised his hand to knock, then paused, his expression sharpening. From behind the door came the sound of movement, careful but unmistakable. Someone packing, perhaps, or searching for something with methodical thoroughness. Holmes's knock, when it came, was firm but not aggressive. "Mr. Cherney, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, we'd like a word, if you please." The movement within stopped. For a long moment the silence stretched, broken only by the distant sound of a baby crying somewhere in the building's depths and the creak of timbers settling. Then footsteps approached the door, measured, unhurried, and locks turned. The man who opened the door matched Blackwood's description perfectly, though the dealer's words hadn't quite captured the intensity that seemed to radiate from Edward Cherney like heat from a coal. He was indeed tall, lean, with the sort of aristocratic features that spoke of old bloodlines and older pride. His dark eyes studied them with an intelligence that was almost palpable, and despite the late hour he was fully dressed in a suit that had once been expensive, but now showed the careful mending of reduced circumstances. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his English carrying that same Central European accent Blackwood had noted in Mrs. Novak, "and Dr. Watson. I confess I had expected you somewhat earlier. I attended the opera last night as well, you see. I watched you both at the Volkov performance. I watched you examine the glass violin while the doctors tended to that poor fool. I have been waiting for you to find your way to me ever since." He stepped back, gesturing them into the room with an oddly formal courtesy. "Please come in. I have tea, or something stronger if you prefer. We have much to discuss, and I suspect the hour will grow quite late before we are finished." The room was small but meticulously organised, every surface clean, every object precisely placed. Books lined makeshift shelves constructed from boards and bricks, volumes in Czech, German, French, and English, their spines showing the wear of frequent reading. A narrow bed occupied one corner, made with military precision. A writing desk stood before the window, its surface bearing papers covered in what Watson recognised as musical notation. And on the wall above the desk hung a photograph in a simple frame, a family portrait from perhaps 20 years ago, showing a younger Cherney standing beside a woman and a teenage girl, all 3 dressed in the formal style of the 1870s. Holmes had moved immediately to the desk, his eyes scanning the papers there with that rapid assessment that missed nothing. "You're decoding Chermak's ballad as well. You've gotten further than Professor Ashworth, I see. This section here, the dates and coordinates match what I've established, but you've added names. Wagner, Kovář, Dvořák, not the composer, I presume. And—" he paused, his finger hovering over one name written in darker ink. "Kaspar. Václav Kaspar, if I'm not mistaken." Cherney had moved to a small cabinet, producing a bottle of what appeared to be Slivovitz and 3 glasses. "You're efficient, Mr. Holmes. I had heard you were the best detective in London, but I confess I doubted the stories. How could one man possess such comprehensive knowledge of so many disparate subjects? Yet here you are, in my room not 24 hours after the Volkov incident, having traced connections that took me years to establish." He poured the plum brandy with steady hands. "Yes, Václav Kaspar, glassmaker, artist, revolutionary, and my father's dearest friend." He handed them each a glass, then raised his own in a toast that carried more melancholy than celebration. "To the dead, Mr. Holmes. To those who died for causes that history has already forgotten, for principles that meant everything and accomplished nothing, for futures that never arrived." Watson sipped the Slivovitz, feeling it burn down his throat with the particular intensity of spirits that were more medicine than pleasure. Holmes barely touched his glass, his attention fixed entirely on Cherney with that absolute focus that indicated he was reading the man the way others read books. "Tell us about Prague," Holmes said softly. "Tell us about October 1885. Tell us why Mikhail Volkov nearly died last night playing a poisoned violin crafted by the son of your father's dearest friend." Cherney settled into the room's single chair, his posture erect despite an obvious weariness that went deeper than mere physical exhaustion. "How much do you know already, Mr. Holmes?" "Enough to understand that we're dealing with old grief, not new grievances. Enough to know that Chermak's ballad is both map and confession. enough to suspect that the assassination attempt in October 1885 was merely one visible incident in a much larger conspiracy. Holmes moved to the window, looking out at fog-shrouded Bloomsbury. What I don't know is why revenge has waited 40 years, or what role you play in all this. Are you the hunter or the hunted, Mr. Cherney? The avenger or the next victim? Both, Cherney said simply. Always both, in stories like these. He set down his glass, his hands folding in his lap with that same careful precision that characterized everything about him. My father was Graf Leopold von Schwarzenberg's private secretary, a trusted position, a position of significant responsibility. My father had access to Graf's correspondence, his schedule, his confidences, and my father, Mr. Holmes, was a patriot who believed that the Habsburg Empire was a prison that needed to be broken. Watson had taken a seat on the bed, his medical training recognizing in Cherney the signs of someone preparing to unburden a long-carried weight. The man's breathing had changed subtly, becoming deeper, more measured, the breathing of someone about to confess or perhaps to finally tell a truth that had been held too long in silence. There were perhaps 20 of us involved in the plot, Cherney continued, his voice taking on the quality of someone reciting a story, worn smooth by internal repetition. Not radicals, not wild-eyed revolutionaries, but educated men and women who believed that peaceful change had become impossible, that the Empire understood only force. We met in secret, communicated through codes, planned an action that we hoped would spark broader resistance. The assassination of Graf von Schwarzenberg on October 29, 1885, as he left a theatre performance of Don Giovanni. Appropriate, no? The Don dies at the end, dragged down to hell by the statue of the man he murdered. We thought ourselves clever with symbolism. He rose, moving to the photograph on the wall, his fingers not quite touching the glass that protected those vanished faces. Václav Kaspar provided our meeting place, the workshop where he created his glass instruments. Antonin Chermak composed the ballad as a record of our planning, each coordinating a meeting location, each date a step in our preparation. The others whose names are encoded there, Wagner was a journalist, Kvast an army officer, Dvořák a banker who funded our operations. 20 souls, Mr. Holmes, all believing we were making history. And Mikhail Volkov, Holmes asked, still at the window, his profile sharp against the fog-dimmed light from the street. Volkov was Chermak's protégé, a brilliant young violinist who performed regularly at the National Theatre. He was not part of the conspiracy. Chermak would never have involved someone so young, so innocent. But Volkov was present at several of our meetings without knowing what we were truly planning. He came to Kaspar's workshop to practice, you see. The acoustics there were extraordinary, something about the glass instruments and the shape of the building. He would play for hours while we conspired in the room below, his music covering our voices, and sometimes Chermak would show him new compositions, including the ballad. Cherney turned back to them, and Watson saw in the lamplight that the man's eyes had taken on a distant quality, as though he were seeing not this cramped Bloomsbury room, but streets and faces long vanished. The assassination failed. My father's shot missed. He was a bureaucrat, not a marksman, and his hands shook at the crucial moment. The Graf survived with nothing more than a tear in his coat sleeve and a story to tell at dinner parties. But the authorities, you understand, could not allow such an attempt to go unpunished. They swept through Prague like a cleansing fire. He moved back to his chair, his movements suddenly slower, as though the weight of memory had become physical. Chermak drowned in the Vltava 3 days later, officially a suicide, actually murdered, thrown from a bridge by the Graf's private guards. Kovars was arrested and executed within a week. Wagner disappeared, probably dead in some unmarked grave. Dvořák fled to America, died of fever in New York 2 years later. One by one, the conspirators were eliminated, imprisoned, or driven into exile. "And your father?" Watson asked gently. "Hanged," Cherney said, his voice flat. "In the courtyard of Radchany Castle with my mother and sister I was forced to watch. I was 17 years old, Mr. Holmes, old enough to understand what was happening, young enough to believe that somehow justice would prevail, that the world would recognize the righteousness of our cause." His laugh was bitter, sharp enough to cut. The world, of course, cared nothing. The empire continued, the Graf prospered, and my family— he gestured at the photograph. My family was destroyed. The The room settled into silence, broken only by the ticking of a cheap clock on the mantelpiece and the distant sounds of London at night. A dog barking, a man's drunken song, the rattle of a late hansom on cobblestones. Holmes had turned from the window, his expression showing something that might have been sympathy, though with him it was always difficult to distinguish genuine feeling from analytical observation. "Your mother and sister?" the detective asked. "My mother died the following winter. Grief, poverty, shame. Take your pick of causes. My sister Lenka." Cherney's voice faltered, and for the first time emotion cracked through his careful control. "Lenka survived another 10 years. She was 16 when my father was executed. A beautiful girl with musical talent that might have rivaled Chermak's had she been given the chance to develop it. Instead, she spent those years watching our family name become synonymous with treason, watching doors close in our faces, watching opportunities vanish before we could reach for them. She worked as a seamstress, took in washing, and did whatever was needed to keep us fed, and she never complained, never blamed our father for the choices that had destroyed our lives." He reached for his glass again, drained it in a single swallow. "She died in 1895. Consumption, the doctors said, though I knew it was really despair that killed her. She's buried in Prague in a pauper's grave because I couldn't afford anything better, and I swore over that unmarked earth that I would make them pay. All of them who had destroyed my family, who had taken a gentle girl and ground her down to nothing for the crime of being born to a patriot." Watson felt the weight of that grief settle over the room like a physical presence. He'd seen revenge before, had witnessed what it did to men's souls, how it consumed them until nothing remained but the hunger for retribution. But there was something particularly terrible in revenge that had festered for decades, that had been nursed and refined until it became not a passion, but a purpose. "Volkov," Holmes said, and his voice carried an edge now, sharp and unforgiving. "You blame him for your sister's death? A man who was barely involved, who knew nothing of your conspiracy." "I blame him for surviving," Cherney said, and now the bitterness in his voice was absolute. "Do you know what became of Mikhail Volkov, Mr. Holmes? While my sister sewed other women's dresses and coughed blood into handkerchiefs, while I scraped together a living as a tutor teaching German to merchants' children, while the families of the executed conspirators struggled and starved and died. Volkov flourished. He left Prague within weeks of the failed assassination, travelled to Vienna, to Paris, to London. He became celebrated, wealthy, famous. He played for kings and emperors, lived in fine houses, wore expensive clothes. And why? Because he was talented, yes, but also because he was careful never to mention his connection to Chermak, never to acknowledge that he had been present at those meetings, never to testify on behalf of those who were arrested. Cherney's hands had clenched into fists. He saved himself by his silence, Mr. Holmes. While men he'd called friends were hanged or imprisoned, while their families were destroyed, he said nothing. He did nothing. He simply played his violin and collected his applause and pretended that Prague and 1885 had never existed. Holmes had been watching Cherney with that absolute stillness that indicated intensive analysis. Now he spoke, his voice carrying a coldness that Watson recognized as the tone he used when confronting killers. "So you decided to poison him? Or rather, you had someone else poison him. The mysterious Mrs. Novak, I presume. A woman of middle age, dark hair going grey, wearing old-fashioned mourning jewellery. A woman who knew glass instruments intimately, who could specify exactly what Caspar Blue looked like. A woman who had a pianist's hands." He paused, his grey eyes fixed on Cherney. "Your sister Lenka. Except she didn't die in 1895, did she? She survived, though perhaps not in any way that could be called living. She survived to help you plan this elaborate revenge." But Cherney was shaking his head, and something in his expression made Watson lean forward. "You're close, Mr. Holmes, but not quite correct. Lenka died in 1895. That much is true, but she left behind something precious. A daughter, my niece Helena, born in 1882 to Lenka, and a man who refused to marry her once our family name became poison. Raised in secrecy, trained in music because it was the one thing Lenka could teach her, the one gift our family could still pass down despite everything else being taken from us." He rose again, moving to the desk, pulling out a drawer to reveal a small portrait, a woman in her 30s with dark eyes, and the sort of fierce intelligence that suggested she would burn the world rather than accept injustice. Helena inherited her mother's musical talent and her grandmother's capacity for grief. She grew up on stories of the conspiracy, of the brave men and women who tried to free their country. She learned to hate the way other children learn to read, carefully, thoroughly, with absolute attention to detail. And when I finally told her everything, when I gave her the full story of what had been done to our family, she swore she would help me exact the revenge that was our right. "The glass violin," Watson said, understanding Dawn. "Helena commissioned it. She was Mrs. Novak." "She was several Mrs. Novaks, actually. We've been planning this for 3 years, Dr. Watson. 3 years of careful preparation, of research, of tracking down every conspirator and their families, of identifying everyone who benefited from our destruction. Volkov was merely the first. There are others on our list. Officials who prospered after the failed assassination, journalists who vilified my father in print, even some who were supposedly our allies but who betrayed us to save themselves." Holmes had moved closer, his expression now showing something that might have been anger. "You're not describing justice, Mr. Cherney. You're describing systematic murder of people whose only crime was surviving when your family did not. Their crime was silence!" Cherney's voice rose for the first time, passion breaking through his careful control. "Their crime was choosing comfort over courage, prosperity over principle. Volkov could have testified at my father's trial, could have told the court that Chermak and the others were men of honour acting from conscience. He said nothing. The Graf's secretary who succeeded my father, who took his position and his salary. He knew my mother and sister were starving, he could have helped. He did nothing. The banker who held the funds Dvořák had deposited for our cause, he kept that money when Dvořák fled, added it to his own accounts. Every one of them made a choice, Mr. Holmes, and every one of them chose themselves over justice." The detective's voice was ice. "And the poison? The glass violin that turns beauty into death? That was Helena's work." Helena studied chemistry in addition to music. She found a way to embed the poison in the glass itself during the final stages of construction, invisible, undetectable, but deadly when exposed to the warmth and moisture of human skin over the course of a performance. She travelled to Prague under a false name, worked with Josef Kaspar as an assistant and learned his techniques. Josef never knew what she was truly doing. The old man is innocent, Mr. Holmes. He crafted a beautiful instrument and unknowingly delivered it into our hands for modification." Cherney moved back to the photograph of his younger self and his family, his finger tracing the outline of the teenage girl who would die 10 years later. "Helena did the work herself. She said it was her right as Lenka's daughter, as the last of our line to carry the burden of memory. She said every time she embedded poison in that beautiful glass, she thought of her mother sewing until her fingers bled, coughing until her lungs gave out, dying in a cold room because we couldn't afford fuel for the fire. She said it felt like justice." Watson had heard enough. He stood, his voice carrying the authority of both doctor and soldier. "Mr. Cherney, attempted murder is still attempted murder regardless of your justifications. You need to tell us where Helena is now. You need to tell us if there are other poisoned instruments, other intended victims, and you need to do it immediately before more innocent people are harmed." But Cherney was smiling now, a terrible expression that held no joy. "Innocent, Dr. Watson? There are no innocent people in this story. Only those who chose sides and those who chose to pretend sides didn't exist. As for Helena's whereabouts, I'm afraid I cannot tell you what I genuinely don't know. She works alone, you see. I provide information about targets, about their habits and schedules. But the actual execution, forgive the word choice, she handles independently. It's safer that way. If one of us is caught, the other can continue the work." Holmes had been standing perfectly still during this exchange, but now he moved with sudden speed, crossing to the desk and gathering up the papers there. The decoded music, the names, the dates, all the documentation of this 40-year-old conspiracy and its modern revenge. "These papers, Mr. Cherney, constitute evidence of premeditated murder. I'm confiscating them, and I'm asking you to accompany us to Scotland Yard, where you will provide a full statement regarding Helena's activities and intended targets. And if I refuse, then I'll have you arrested here and now for conspiracy to commit murder. Watson is armed, and while I prefer to resolve matters through reason rather than force, I'm fully prepared to use whatever methods necessary to prevent more deaths." Holmes's voice was hard, implacable. "Your family suffered terribly, Mr. Cherney. I don't dispute that. The Empire's response to the assassination attempt was brutal and unjust, but you don't correct old injustices by creating new ones. You don't Honour the dead by creating more corpses. For a long moment Cherney stared at them, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he reached for his coat, hanging on a peg by the door. Very well, Mr. Holmes. I'll come with you, make my statement, accept whatever legal consequences follow. But understand this. Stopping me won't stop Helena. She's committed to the cause in ways I never fully was. She carries her mother's grief and her own rage, and those are forces that cannot be reasoned with, cannot be bargained with. She has a list of names, and she will work through that list regardless of what happens to me. He shrugged into his coat, his movements slow and deliberate. And do you know the terrible irony, gentlemen? I've spent 40 years planning this revenge. 40 years dreaming of the moment when Volkov and the others would finally pay for their silence. But now that it's happening, now that I've seen that man convulsing on stage while his beloved violin kills him, I find that it brings me no peace. The grief remains, the anger remains, nothing is healed, nothing is resolved. Revenge, it turns out, is simply another form of death. It kills something in the avenger just as surely as it kills the target. He moved toward the door, pausing to look back at the photograph one last time. I loved them, you know. My father, my mother, my sister. I loved them with the uncomplicated devotion of youth. And then they were taken from me, and that love had nowhere to go except into the darkness where it fermented and soured and became this poison that I've spent half a lifetime brewing. He turned away from the photograph, his face now carefully blank. So arrest me, Mr. Holmes. Lock me away. Write your case notes, tell your stories, preserve this moment in whatever archives you keep. But know that you're not stopping the story. You're merely intercepting one chapter of it. The ending was written 40 years ago in Prague, and Helena is simply reading the lines that history provided. They left the room together, the detective, the doctor, and the exile, descending into the fog-wrapped London night where a hansom waited to carry them towards Scotland Yard and whatever justice could still be salvaged from grief this old and this deep. But as they rode through streets that gleamed wet in the gaslight, Watson couldn't shake the image of that photograph, of that young girl who died in poverty while the world forgot she'd ever existed. And he wondered, not for the first time, about the weight of memory, about the cost of survival, about all the invisible chains that connected present violence to past injustice. Somewhere in London, a woman named Helena was planning her next move, carrying her mother's grief like a weapon, turning beauty into death with the methodical precision of someone who'd learned patience from pain. And the music played on, coded and secret, bearing messages from the dead to the living, notes that sang of revolution and revenge, of glass violins and unmarked graves, of a ballad composed for a crown that only the ghosts still remembered. The cells beneath Scotland Yard possessed that particular dampness that seemed endemic to London's underground spaces, as though the city's fog had seeped down through stone and mortar to settle in perpetual residence. Edward Cherney had been processed with the efficient courtesy that the Metropolitan Police reserved for educated criminals. Fingerprints taken, statements recorded, personal effects catalogued and secured. He'd gone to his cell without protest, his earlier defiance having given way to a weary resignation that Watson found somehow more troubling than anger would have been. It was nearly 3 in the morning when Holmes and Watson finally emerged back into the November night, both men exhausted but neither willing to admit it. The fog had thickened to that consistency that turned gas lamps into dim suggestions of light, that muffled sound until London felt like a city of ghosts conducting business in whispers. "He's telling the truth about not knowing where Helena is," Holmes said, as they walked toward Baker Street, having declined the offer of a police carriage. Sometimes, Watson knew, his friend needed to walk, needed the movement and the night air to help process the complicated machinery of a case. His ignorance on that point is genuine. I saw it in his eyes when you pressed him. She's taken precautions to protect them both, operating independently while he provided the research and motivation. Watson pulled his coat tighter against the chill, his breath misting in the cold air. Then how do we find her? If she's working from Cherney's research, she could be targeting any of a dozen people connected to that 1885 conspiracy. And if she's already prepared additional poisoned instruments, she hasn't, Holmes interrupted, his voice carrying that certainty that came from logical deduction rather than mere hope. The glass violin was 18 months in preparation, Watson. The commission, the waiting for it to be crafted, the careful poisoning process. This wasn't assembly line murder. This was artisanal killing, if you'll forgive the grotesque terminology. Each target will receive the same meticulous attention, the same careful preparation, which means we have time, not much perhaps, but some, enough to think, to plan, to outmaneuver her. They turned onto Baker Street, where the familiar shape of 220 on B emerged from the fog like a lighthouse in mist. Mrs. Hudson had left the lamp burning in the window, that small gesture of domestic comfort that both men had long since stopped acknowledging, but which neither would have wanted to lose. Inside, the sitting room held its usual organised chaos, now enhanced by the materials of their case. The sheet music spread across Holmes' desk, the volumes on musical cryptography, the telegrams from Prague and Vienna, and most prominent of all, the glass violin itself, still resting on the chemistry table where it had been since the previous morning. It caught the lamplight and fractured it into subtle rainbows, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. Holmes moved immediately to his desk, gathering the papers they'd confiscated from Cherney's rooms and spreading them out in careful order. Watson, despite his exhaustion, found himself drawn once again to the violin, studying the instrument with the particular attention that medical training brought to questions of poison and its delivery. "The chemistry is extraordinary," the doctor said, picking up his magnifying glass to examine the glass surface more closely. To embed a toxin in solid glass, to make it invisible and undetectable, yet still active enough to be absorbed through skin contact. I've never heard of such a thing. The temperature during the glass-blowing process alone should have destroyed most organic compounds. "Which suggests inorganic poisoning," Holmes replied, not looking up from his papers. "Something stable at high temperatures, something that could be mixed into the molten glass or applied during the cooling process and then somehow activated by contact with human warmth and moisture." Watson straightened, his mind working through the pharmacological possibilities. Arsenic could potentially be incorporated into glass. It was used in some Victorian wallpapers and fabrics, after all. But the absorption rate would be too slow. The symptoms are wrong. Volkov showed acute poisoning characteristic of something much faster acting. "Precisely. Which brings us back to cyanide derivatives, as I suspected from the beginning. But not simple prussic acid. Something more complex, something synthesized specifically for this purpose." Holmes rose from his desk, moving to join Watson at the chemistry table. "Helena studied chemistry," Cherney said. "Where, I wonder? Not at any British university. Women are still largely excluded from formal chemical education here. Continental, perhaps. Switzerland. Germany." He picked up the violin with infinite care, turning it slowly in the lamplight, his keen eyes scanning every curve and surface. "There," he said suddenly, pointing to a spot on the fingerboard where Watson could just barely make out a faint discoloration under the magnifying glass. "And here, along the chin rest, the concentration is highest where skin contact would be most prolonged, most intimate." She knew exactly where a violinist would grip, where sweat and warmth would facilitate absorption. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November cold seeping through the windows. It's like she studied him, studied his technique, planned every detail of how he would hold the instrument during performance. More than that, she planned for the music itself. The Ballad of the Forgotten Crown is approximately 20 minutes in length. Helena would have calculated the dosage to manifest symptoms gradually, over that duration, building toward a crisis that would coincide with the composition's crescendo. It's not just murder, Watson. It's choreography. The victim's own artistry becomes the mechanism of his destruction. Holmes set down the violin, his expression troubled in a way Watson had rarely seen. "There's genius in this, terrible genius. Helena has inherited not just her grandfather's revolutionary fervour, but also an intellect capable of extraordinary precision. She's dangerous not because she's mad with grief, though she certainly is that, but because she's methodical, patient, and extraordinarily skilled." The doctor moved to the sideboard where Mrs. Hudson kept a decanter of brandy for medicinal purposes, pouring 2 glasses with hands that were steadier than he felt. "So where do we begin? If she's working independently of Cherney, if she's already selected her next target and begun preparations—" "We begin with chemistry," Holmes said, accepting the offered brandy with a nod of thanks. "Helena would have needed specialized equipment, specialized knowledge, and most importantly, specialized materials. Cyanide compounds aren't something one purchases casually from a chemist's shop, Even for someone with legitimate scientific credentials, she would have had to acquire them through channels that might leave traces, might provide leads. He moved to the window, looking out at fog-wrapped Baker Street with that distant expression that indicated his mind was racing through possibilities at speeds Watson couldn't hope to match. And she would have needed to test her methodology to ensure the poison would survive the glass-blowing process, to calibrate the dosage for maximum effect. You don't attempt something this sophisticated without extensive experimentation. Animal testing, Watson suggested, though the thought was distasteful. Possibly, or... Holmes turned back from the window, his eyes sharp with sudden realization. Or earlier human trials. Smaller doses, perhaps, delivered through other means. Watson, pull up a chair. I need you to help me work through something. The doctor complied, settling at the desk while Holmes gathered several of Czerny's papers, lists of names, dates, locations in Prague and London. Czerny mentioned that Volkov was merely the first target, that there were others on their list, people who'd benefited from the conspiracy's failure, who'd prospered while the conspirators' families suffered. Let's approach this methodically. Who would these people be? Watson scanned the lists, his tired mind struggling to process the information. Officials who oversaw the investigation and execution, certainly. Graf von Schwarzenberg himself, though I imagine he's long dead after 40 years. Journalists who wrote condemning articles. Anyone who testified against the conspirators at their trials. Exactly. Now, of those people, how many would still be alive? How many would be accessible to a Czech woman, operating in London in 1890? Holmes had begun pacing, his movements sharp with the energy that always accompanied breakthrough moments. The Graf died in 1888. I verified that through my inquiries to Vienna. Natural causes which must have frustrated Czerny enormously. But there are others. I received a telegram this morning that I haven't yet had time to properly examine. He rifled through the stack of correspondence on his desk, producing a telegram that he read aloud. From Karl Hoffmann, Vienna. Responding to your inquiry regarding individuals connected to 1885 events. 3 currently residing in Britain. Otto Weiss, former imperial magistrate retired to Brighton. Franz Müller, journalist, now London correspondent for Neue Freie Presse, and Victor Schneider, banker, maintains offices in the city. All 3 played significant roles in investigation and prosecution. All 3 relocated to Britain within the past decade. Watson felt his exhaustion recede as the implications became clear. 3 potential targets, all within reach. Helena could be planning for any of them. Or all of them, Holmes corrected grimly. Remember, she's had 3 years to prepare. She could have multiple instruments already commissioned, multiple methods of delivery. The glass violin was specifically suited to Volkov because he was a performer, because it could be presented as a gift without raising suspicion. But a magistrate, a journalist, a banker, each would require a different approach, a different weapon. He moved back to the chemistry table, his fingers hovering above the violin without quite touching. We need to understand the poison itself, its exact composition, its method of synthesis, where the components might be acquired. And for that, Watson, we need someone with expertise beyond my own capabilities. We need a chemist, someone who works with toxins professionally, someone who won't ask uncomfortable questions about why we're inquiring. Watson thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Stamford, my old dresser from Bart's. He's been doing research on industrial poisoning cases, arsenic in factories, lead in pottery works, that sort of thing. He'd have access to the hospital's laboratory facilities and the expertise to analyse your glass violin properly. Excellent. As soon as it's a reasonable hour, we'll take the instrument to him. Holmes glanced at the clock on the mantel, which showed nearly 4 in the morning, which gives us perhaps 3 hours to work through Czerny's papers more thoroughly, to identify patterns, to determine which of these 3 potential targets Helena might select next. They worked through the remaining hours of darkness in the companionable silence that came from years of partnership, each man focused on different aspects of the puzzle. Holmes decoded more of Chermak's musical cipher, cross-referencing the names and dates with historical records he'd collected. Watson compiled detailed profiles of the 3 potential targets, their current addresses, their daily routines insofar as these could be determined from public records, any connections they might still maintain to the Prague of 40 years ago. The grey London dawn was beginning to seep through the fog when Holmes finally straightened from his desk, his face showing the particular satisfaction that came from solving a difficult problem. I have it, Watson. At least I have part of it. The ballad isn't just a record of the conspiracy's planning, it's also a memorial. Each section of the music corresponds to one of the conspirators. The opening movement for Chermak himself, subsequent sections for each of the others, and woven through the entire composition is a secondary code, a dedication of sorts. He pointed to a section of the sheet music where he'd made careful annotations. These recurring notes that don't fit the melodic structure, D-E-L-E-N-K-A, Lenka, Helena's mother. Chermak was composing a tribute to the woman he must have known would suffer terribly when the conspiracy failed. Perhaps he loved her, or perhaps he simply recognized her vulnerability. Either way, he embedded her name in his final work, preserved it in the code for anyone clever enough to find it. Watson came to stand beside his friend, looking at the annotated music with new understanding. So Helena isn't just avenging her grandfather's death. She's honouring her mother's suffering, her mother's sacrifice. The music itself is her inheritance, her commission to continue what they started. And her curse, Holmes added softly. Imagine growing up with this legacy, Watson. Imagine being told from childhood that your family was destroyed by injustice, that certain people bore responsibility for your mother's death, that revenge was not merely your right, but your duty. Helena never had a chance to be anything but what she's become. Cherney shaped her into a weapon as surely as she shaped poison into glass. The observation hung in the air between them, heavy with its implications. The clock struck 6, its chimes marking the arrival of a new day that neither man had slept to greet. London beyond the windows was beginning to stir. The rattle of milk carts, the call of early vendors, the general murmur of a city shaking off night and preparing for commerce. "We should eat something," Watson said practically, though he doubted either of them had much appetite. "Mrs. Hudson will have breakfast ready soon, and we'll need our strength if we're to spend the day tracking down Helena before she can strike again." But Holmes was staring at the glass violin with an expression Watson couldn't quite read, something between horror and fascination, the look of a man confronting artistry so terrible it approached the sublime. "She'll strike again soon, Watson. I'm certain of it." The violin was 18 months in preparation, yes, but now that the mechanism has been proven, now that she knows it works, she'll move faster. She'll want to complete her list before we can stop her, before her uncle's arrest alerts her that we're closing in. He reached out, his fingers finally touching the violin, tracing along its curves with something almost like reverence. "We're running out of time. Every hour we spend in analysis is an hour Helena spends in action. We need Stamford's chemical expertise. We need to identify which target she'll select next, and we need to find her before this beautiful, terrible instrument claims another victim." Watson moved to the window, watching Baker Street come to life in the grey morning light. Somewhere out there in London's vast machinery, a woman moved with purpose and poison, carrying 40 years of grief like a torch, determined to burn away every silence, every complicity, every comfortable forgetting that had allowed her family's suffering to be erased from history. The game had become a race, and the stakes were nothing less than whether justice or revenge would write the final chapter of a story that had begun in Prague in 1885, when young men dreamed of revolution, and young women paid the price for those dreams with their lives and their futures. "Come," Holmes said, already reaching for his coat. "Dawn is breaking, which means chemists will soon be at their laboratories and bankers at their offices. We hunt in daylight now, Watson. We hunt before the shadows can claim another life." They descended the stairs together, two figures moving with purpose into the grey November morning, pursuing a woman who'd learned to turn beauty into death, who'd studied chemistry like poetry and revenge like scripture, who carried in her hands the weight of unmarked graves and in her heart the fire of griefs that would not be consoled. And behind them, on the chemistry table in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street, the glass violin waited in silence, its surface still bearing traces of poison and artistry so intimately mingled that no force in heaven or earth could separate one from the other. The city woke, and the hunt continued, and somewhere a woman prepared her next masterpiece of terrible beauty, while the ghosts of Prague watched and waited to see if the dead could ever truly be avenged. St. Bartholomew's Hospital wore its morning routine like a familiar coat, nurses moving with brisk efficiency through corridors that smelled of carbolic and ether, doctors making their rounds with the practiced authority of men who'd seen every variation of human suffering, patients waiting with that particular patience that illness imposed upon even the most impatient souls. Watson moved through these halls with the ease of long familiarity, Holmes beside him, carrying the glass violin in a leather case borrowed from a Baker Street music shop, its contents carefully cushioned against any accidental damage. They found Stamford in the hospital's chemical laboratory, a long room lined with shelves bearing bottles and beakers, its windows facing north to capture the steady light that chemical analysis required. Stamford himself was bent over a microscope, his sandy hair dishevelled, his collar loosened in the way of men who'd been working through the night. He looked up at their entrance, his tired face breaking into a smile of recognition. "Watson, and Mr. Holmes, unless I'm mistaken. This is an unexpected pleasure, though judging by the hour and your expressions, I suspect pleasure has little to do with your visit." He straightened, wiping his hands on a stained laboratory coat. "What brings you to Bart's so early? Another of your mysterious cases?" Holmes set the leather case on the laboratory bench with careful deliberation. "A case involving a poisoning method I've not encountered before, delivered through an instrument I need you to analyse without asking too many questions about its origins or the investigation surrounding it." Stamford's eyebrows rose, but he simply nodded. Years of working in medicine had taught him when curiosity should be set aside in favour of immediate necessity. "Show me." Holmes opened the case, revealing the glass violin in all its terrible beauty. Even in the laboratory's practical northern light, the instrument possessed that quality of almost liquid clarity, its surface catching and fracturing illumination into subtle spectrums. Stamford drew in a sharp breath, moving closer with the automatic fascination of someone who recognised extraordinary craftsmanship. "Bohemian glasswork," he said, echoing Holmes' earlier assessment. "Remarkable construction. I've never seen anything quite like it. And you say it was used to deliver poison?" "The victim handled it during a 20-minute performance," Watson explained, falling into the clinical language of medical consultation. "Progressive symptoms beginning with tremors, advancing to convulsions, mydriasis, cyanosis, and near-complete respiratory failure. I treated him myself. The presentation suggested cyanide poisoning, but the delivery mechanism was unclear until Mr. Holmes identified residue on the instrument itself." Stamford had already pulled on a pair of thick rubber gloves, the kind used when handling substances of unknown toxicity. He lifted the violin with infinite care, turning it slowly in the light, his trained eye scanning every surface. "You're suggesting the poison was somehow incorporated into the glass itself? That's extraordinary. The temperatures involved in glassblowing would destroy most organic compounds, and even if something survived the process, the question of bioavailability—" He trailed off, moving to his workbench where various chemical testing apparatus waited. Holmes and Watson watched as Stamford conducted his examination with the methodical precision of good science. He took careful scrapings from the fingerboard and chin rest, preparing slides for microscopic analysis. He tested the residue with various reagents, noting colour changes and precipitates, with the same focused attention a detective might give to fingerprints at a crime scene. The laboratory settled into the particular silence of concentrated work, broken only by the clink of glassware and Stamford's occasional murmur of interest or surprise. An hour passed, marked by the hospital's distant bells and the changing quality of light through the north-facing windows. Holmes had taken to pacing, his restlessness barely contained, while Watson occupied himself reviewing his notes on the 3 potential next victims: Otto Weiss in Brighton, Franz Möller somewhere in London's newspaper district, Victor Schneider in the financial heart of the city. "Gentlemen," Stamford said finally, his voice carrying a note of something between admiration and horror, "I believe I've identified your poison, though I confess the chemistry involved is beyond anything I've encountered in standard toxicology. This isn't simple prussic acid or any conventional cyanide derivative. This is a synthesized organometallic compound, cyanide bonded to what appears to be mercury or possibly arsenic, wrapped in a crystalline matrix that's chemically compatible with glass." He gestured to his microscope. "Look here. You can see the crystalline structure integrated into the glass itself. At room temperature it's relatively stable, but exposure to warmth, body heat, perspiration, causes a slow breakdown that releases the cyanide in bioavailable form. The mercury or arsenic component acts as both carrier and catalyst, facilitating absorption through the skin at a rate that would normally be impossible for such compounds." Holmes had moved to the microscope, peering through the eyepiece with intense concentration. The synthesis of such a compound would require advanced chemical knowledge access to specialized equipment, and presumably multiple trials to perfect the ratios and delivery mechanism. Without question, this isn't something one could accomplish in a kitchen with equipment from a chemist's shop. This is sophisticated laboratory work, probably requiring months of experimentation. Stamford removed his gloves carefully, disposing of them in a container marked for hazardous materials. Where would one even acquire the theoretical knowledge for such synthesis? This is bleeding-edge chemistry, more advanced than what's being published in most scientific journals. Watson felt pieces clicking into place. Germany, he said suddenly. Holmes, didn't you mention that German universities have been leading the field in synthetic chemistry? Hoffmann, Bayer, Liebig, all those advances in aniline dyes and pharmaceutical synthesis? Precisely. And which German institutions admit women to study chemistry? Holmes had stepped back from the microscope, his eyes bright with the light of connections forming. There are perhaps 3 or 4 universities that have begun accepting female students in scientific disciplines, Zurich in Switzerland certainly, Göttingen, possibly Leipzig or Berlin if the woman in question had sufficient money or influence to overcome institutional resistance. He began pacing again, his movements sharp with excitement. Helena would have needed to study abroad, somewhere that would teach her not just basic chemistry but advanced synthesis techniques. She would have needed access to laboratories, to specialized journals, to professors working at the cutting edge of organometallic research. And she would have needed to do all this while maintaining the cover story that she was simply a music student, just another Czech émigré pursuing artistic rather than scientific education. Stamford had been following this exchange with growing unease. Are you telling me there's a woman out there with the knowledge to create more of these poisoned instruments? That this glass violin might not be unique? We're telling you that we're racing against someone who spent years preparing for a very specific revenge and who possesses both the skills and the motivation to kill multiple targets using methods that are nearly impossible to detect or prevent. Watson's voice was grim. Mr. Stamford, can you determine how recently this poison was applied to the glass? Is there any way to know if she's prepared additional instruments? The chemist shook his head slowly. The degradation pattern suggests the poison was applied at least several months ago. It's had time to fully integrate with the glass structure. As for other instruments, he gestured helplessly at the violin. If she used the same methodology, the poison would be invisible until someone actually tested for it using the specific reagents I've employed. You could have a poisoned flute sitting in an orchestra's instrument collection, a poisoned piano in a concert hall, a poisoned anything made of glass or crystal, and no one would know until someone began showing symptoms. The implications settled over the laboratory like a shroud. Holmes stood perfectly still for a moment, his face showing that particular intensity that indicated his mind was working through possibilities at speeds approaching the supernatural. Then he turned to Watson with sudden urgency. We've been approaching this wrong. We've been trying to determine which target Helena will select next, which individual on Cherney's list will receive her attention. But that's not how she's thinking. She's not working through them sequentially. She's preparing for them simultaneously. Multiple instruments, multiple methods, multiple traps all being set at once so that when she springs them, we'll be overwhelmed, unable to prevent all the deaths. Good God, Watson breathed. She could already have delivered poisoned instruments to all 3 targets. They could be walking around with death in their pockets, sitting at desks handling contaminated objects, completely unaware. Not pockets, Holmes interrupted, his voice sharp with realization. Not objects. They'd handle casually. Remember, the poison requires sustained contact, warmth, and moisture over time. She's not sending them poisoned letters or contaminated coins. She's sending them things they'll use intimately, things they'll hold close to their bodies, things that will expose them gradually over the course of hours or days. He wheeled toward Watson, his grey eyes blazing. Weiss is a retired magistrate. What would such a man treasure? What would he handle repeatedly, intimately? Watson thought quickly, his mind racing through the habits of elderly gentlemen in comfortable retirement. A pipe? A walking stick? His spectacles? His spectacles! Holmes seized on this. Glass lenses worn constantly pressed against the skin at the temple and bridge of the nose, exposed to the warmth and moisture of the face. If Helena sent him a new pair of spectacles, perhaps as a gift from an anonymous admirer, perhaps disguised as a charitable donation to elderly Czech exiles. Muller the journalist, Watson continued, catching the thread. A pen? Something he'd grip for hours while writing his articles? Possible, though pen nibs are typically metal and wood. More likely something glass-based, something that wouldn't seem unusual for a correspondent to receive. A paperweight? An inkwell with a glass stopper he'd handle multiple times daily? They stared at each other, the horror of it becoming clear. Helena wasn't preparing one elaborate murder. She was preparing an entire campaign of death, each victim receiving a poisoned object specifically tailored to their habits and profession, each death designed to seem like natural causes or mysterious illness, until someone like Holmes could piece together the pattern. "We need to reach them," Watson said urgently. "All three of them immediately. We need to warn them not to use any recently received gifts, not to handle any new objects." "We need to do more than warn them," Holmes corrected, already moving toward the door. "We need to confiscate anything that could be contaminated, and we need to find Helena before she can complete her preparations. Stamford, I need you to keep that violin secured here. Document everything you've discovered about the poison's composition, and prepare a report that can be presented to Scotland Yard. Watson, we're dividing our efforts. You take Brighton and Weiss. I'll handle Mellor here in London. We'll send telegrams to the city police regarding Schneider. They can put a guard on him while we deal with the other two." But Stamford had picked up a newspaper from his workbench, his face draining of colour as he scanned a particular article. "Gentlemen, I think you may already be too late for at least one of them. This morning's Times, there's a notice here about Otto Weiss. Died yesterday evening in Brighton, apparently of natural causes. Heart failure, according to his physician." The laboratory went silent, save for the ticking of a wall clock and the distant sounds of the hospital going about its business of tending to London's sick and injured. Holmes snatched the newspaper, reading the brief obituary with an expression that might have been fury or might have been grudging admiration for an opponent who'd outmaneuvered him. "Heart failure," he said flatly, which is precisely what acute cyanide poisoning would be recorded as by a country physician unfamiliar with exotic toxins. Helena has already claimed her second victim, and she's done it so smoothly that no one suspects murder. He crumpled the newspaper, his knuckles white with the force of his grip. Mellor and Schneider then. At least we can save them, if we move quickly enough. "And Helena herself?" Watson asked, already reaching for his coat. "Even if we save the remaining targets, she'll simply wait and try again, or select new victims from her list. We need to find her, Holmes. We need to stop this at the source." "Oh, we'll find her, Watson, because she's made one critical error in all her careful planning." Holmes had regained his composure, that iron control reasserting itself over momentary emotion. "She's been operating under the assumption that no one would connect these deaths, that they'd be scattered across time and geography in ways that obscured the pattern. But we've seen the pattern now. We know what she's doing and how she's doing it, and more importantly, we know why." He moved to the door, pausing to look back at the glass violin resting on Stamford's workbench. "She's not just killing for revenge, Watson. She's creating art from death, composing a symphony of murder that echoes her mother's suffering and her grandfather's rebellion, which means she'll want the final movement to be perfect, to be public, to be recognized for what it is. She'll want the world to know what she's done and why. And that desire for recognition, that need to have her artistry acknowledged, that will be her downfall." They left Stamford with instructions and warnings, left the hospital with purpose burning in their steps, and plunged back into London's grey morning where somewhere a woman was putting final touches on deaths, composed with the precision of music, where beauty and poison remained so intimately mingled that no human art could separate them without destroying both. The hunt had become desperate, and time was measured not in hours but in heartbeats, each one bringing them closer to either salvation or another terrible symphony of glass and grief and death. The morning had turned bitter, the November wind carrying sleet that felt like small accusations against exposed skin. Holmes and Watson separated at the corner of Drury Lane, the doctor heading toward the offices of the Neue Freie Presse where Franz Müller presumably sat writing his daily correspondence, while Holmes made for the city and the banking house, where Victor Schneider conducted whatever business kept aging conspirators in comfortable exile. Watson moved through London's streets with the purposeful stride of a man on a mission, his medical bag in one hand, always carried, always ready, and his revolver a reassuring weight in his coat pocket. The newspaper district bore that particular energy of deadlines and urgency, of men moving quickly between buildings, of boys shouting headlines that would be obsolete by afternoon. The Neue Freie Press maintained modest offices in a building that had seen better days, squeezed between a printer's shop and a coffee house, that catered to the foreign correspondents who made this corner of London their professional home. The clerk at the front desk was a young man with ink-stained fingers and the harried expression of someone perpetually behind on correspondence. Franz Meller, third floor, office at the end of the hall, though I should warn you, he's been poor lately, heart trouble I think, hasn't been in the office as regularly as he used to. Watson's medical instincts sharpened immediately. Heart trouble in a man on Helena's list could mean anything from genuine illness to early stages of poisoning. He took the stairs 2 at a time, his urgency overriding the protest from his old war wound, and found Muller's office exactly where the clerk had indicated. A small room overlooking the street, its single window providing barely adequate light for the work of writing. Franz Muller sat at his desk, a man perhaps 70 years old, his white hair combed carefully back from a high forehead, his suit well maintained but of a style fashionable a decade past. He was writing when Watson entered, his hand moving across the page with the practised fluidity of someone who'd spent a lifetime putting words to paper. He looked up at the interruption, his expression polite but wary. "Herr Meller, I'm Dr. John Watson. I'm here on a matter of extreme urgency regarding your safety." Watson closed the door behind him, noting as he did the various objects on Muller's desk. An inkwell with a cut-glass stopper, a paperweight of clear crystal, a magnifying glass with an ornate handle. Any of them could be deadly. Muller set down his pen slowly, his pale blue eyes studying Watson with the assessment of a man trained to evaluate sources and their reliability. "My safety, Dr. Watson? That's a curious opening. Are you with the police?" "I work with Sherlock Holmes, the consulting detective. We're investigating a series of poisonings connected to events in Prague in 1885. Events in which you played a significant role." Watson moved closer, his eyes cataloguing every object Muller might have handled recently. "Have you received any gifts lately? Any new instruments for your work? Anything made of glass or crystal?" The journalist's face underwent a subtle transformation, wariness giving way to something approaching fear touched with recognition. Prague, 1885. God in heaven, I've not thought about those days in years. I wrote terrible things, Dr. Watson. I was young, ambitious, and the Empire paid well for articles that supported their narrative. I wrote about the conspirators as if they were criminals rather than patriots, as if Graf von Schwarzenberg were a victim rather than an oppressor. His voice had taken on the quality of confession. "I've regretted those articles for 40 years, but the words can't be unwritten. The dead can't be unaccused." "The dead are reaching from their graves," Watson said grimly. "Or rather, their descendants are. Helena Cherney, or whatever name she's using now, has developed a method of poisoning that's nearly undetectable. A colleague of yours, Otto Weiss, died yesterday in Brighton of apparent heart failure. We believe he was her first victim after Mikhail Volkov." Muller had gone pale, his hand instinctively moving toward his chest, where Watson could now see he wore something on a chain beneath his shirt. "I received a gift 3 weeks ago, a locket sent anonymously. The note said it contained a photograph of someone from my past, someone who wanted me to remember them. I thought it was perhaps from an old colleague, someone being sentimental in their declining years." "May I see it?" Watson's voice was urgent now. The journalist pulled the chain from beneath his shirt, revealing a locket of exquisite craftsmanship, oval-shaped, made of glass so clear it seemed almost to disappear, with delicate silver filigree around its edges. Through the glass face, Watson could see a small photograph of a young woman with dark eyes and an intense expression, wearing the style of dress fashionable in the late 1870s. "Don't touch it," Watson commanded as Muller began to unclasp the chain. "Keep it away from your skin. That glass, if it's been treated the same way as the violin that nearly killed Volkov, it's been saturated with a cyanide compound that absorbs through skin contact over time. Have you been feeling unwell? Headaches? Unusual fatigue? Any tremors or difficulty breathing?" Muller's hand had frozen at the clasp. "I've felt tired lately, yes, dizzy sometimes. My physician attributed it to age, to working too many hours. But if what you're saying is true..." He looked down at the locket with an expression of horror and fascination. "Who is she? The woman in the photograph?" Watson had drawn closer, carefully examining the locket without touching it. The photograph showed a young woman of perhaps 16 or 17, with features that suggested intelligence and determination. "I believe that's Lenka Cherney, Helena's mother. a woman whose life was destroyed by the aftermath of the conspiracy you helped prosecute through your articles. She died young, in poverty, from illness brought on by grief and deprivation, and her daughter has spent years planning to make certain everyone connected to that destruction pays for their silence and complicity. The journalist's eyes were filled with tears. I remember her. God help me, I remember Lenka. She was Cherney's daughter, Edward Cherney, who worked for the Graph. She used to attend concerts at the National Theatre. I saw her there many times, always alone, always with that same intense expression she has in this photograph. After the conspiracy failed, after her father was executed. He closed his eyes. I heard rumours about what happened to the families. I heard about poverty, ostracism and suffering, and I did nothing. I told myself it wasn't my responsibility, that I had merely reported facts, that journalism required objectivity even in the face of injustice. Watson had produced a handkerchief from his bag, using it to carefully lift the locket away from Muller's chest, without touching the glass directly. You're in early stages of poisoning, but if we get you to hospital immediately, if we treat the symptoms aggressively, you should survive. The dose has been small, distributed over weeks rather than concentrated in a single exposure like Volkov experienced. But Miller was shaking his head, his expression one of weary resignation. Should I survive, Dr. Watson? Should I be saved from consequences I spent 40 years avoiding? I wrote those articles knowing they would condemn innocent people to suffering. I took the Empire's money and used it to build a comfortable life while the families I'd helped destroy starved in Prague's slums. Perhaps Helena's justice is more honest than anything our legal system could provide. That's the poison talking, Watson said firmly, the authority of his medical training overriding any philosophical debate. Cyanide affects judgment, creates despair and suicidal ideation. You don't want to die, Herr Miller. You want to make amends, to find some way to balance the scales. Death accomplishes nothing except adding another victim to a tragedy that's already claimed too many lives. He guided the journalist to his feet, supporting him as they moved toward the door. Besides, you have information we need. You know the people involved, the dynamics of that time. You can help us stop Helena before she kills Victor Schneider, before she moves on to whatever other names are on her list. Your death serves only revenge. Your life could serve justice. They descended the stairs slowly, Muller leaning heavily on Watson's supporting arm. The clerk looked up in alarm as they passed, but Watson simply called out that Muller needed medical attention, and they were heading to St. Bartholomew's. Outside, the sleet had turned to proper rain, grey and cold, and somehow appropriate to the morning's grim business. A hansom materialised from the traffic, and Watson helped Muller inside, barking directions to the driver before climbing in himself. As they rattled through London streets, the journalist sat with his head in his hands, looking like a man who'd suddenly glimpsed the full weight of choices made decades ago, of words written carelessly that had carved themselves into other people's lives like knives into flesh. She sent me my past, Miller said finally, his voice barely audible above the rain and the horses' hooves. That locket. It was a reminder of what I'd helped destroy, of the girl who became a woman who died before her time because men like me chose comfort over conscience. And the poison itself, it's poetic, isn't it? Killing me slowly with the image of someone I helped kill slowly through my indifference. Watson had no answer that wouldn't sound either patronising or inadequate, so he simply sat in silence, one hand on Muller's shoulder in the universal gesture of comfort that doctors offered when medicine had reached its limits, and all that remained was human presence in the face of suffering. By the time they reached St. Bartholomew's, where Stamford was waiting with the antidotes and treatments they'd discussed, Holmes had already sent word from the city. Victor Schneider had been found dead in his office that morning, apparently from a stroke. But Holmes had examined the body before the police arrived, had noted the telltale symptoms of cyanide poisoning, had discovered a glass paperweight on Schneider's desk that bore the same crystalline poison matrix Stamford had identified in the violin. 3 targets, 2 dead, 1 saved only by the narrowest of margins. Helena was working through her list with methodical precision, and she was doing it so smoothly that without Holmes's involvement, each death would have been attributed to natural causes, each murder would have gone unrecorded, each victim would have simply vanished into the statistics of elderly men dying in comfortable exile. Muller was admitted to hospital, his treatment begun immediately under Stamford's supervision. The prognosis was cautiously optimistic, The poison's exposure had been gradual enough that his body had time to develop some tolerance, and the treatments applied early enough that permanent damage might be avoided. He would survive, though whether he would recover fully remained uncertain. Holmes arrived at the hospital as evening was settling over London, the rain having finally stopped to leave the city washed clean and somehow more melancholy in its dampness. He found Watson in the waiting room outside the ward where Muller rested, the doctor's face showing the exhaustion of a day spent balancing between medicine and detection, between saving a life and hunting a killer. "Schneider?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer from Holmes's expression. "Dead approximately 12 hours before we could reach him. The paperweight was a gift, delivered by messenger 3 weeks ago. No one questioned it. He was a banker. Such gifts were common enough from clients or colleagues." Holmes sat heavily in the chair beside Watson, his usual energy temporarily depleted. "She's been extraordinarily efficient, Watson. 3 targets were eliminated or neutralized in less than a month, and we only discovered the pattern because of Volkov's very public collapse. How many others might she have killed that we don't know about? How many deaths were attributed to heart failure or stroke that were actually her work?" Watson had been wondering the same thing. Cherney's list. Do we know how extensive it is? "I've spent the afternoon going through his papers more thoroughly. There are approximately 15 names with detailed annotations, but margin notes suggest another 20 or 30 that he researched less completely. If Helena has been working through this systematically, if she started years ago with the less prominent targets." Holmes trailed off, the implications too grim to fully articulate. They sat in silence for a time, 2 men who'd seen too much darkness that day, who'd saved one life but failed to save 2 others, who understood that victory and defeat were often indistinguishable when measured against the vast machinery of human grief and retribution. "We need to find her," Watson said finally, "not just to prevent more deaths, but to stop her before she becomes nothing but the instrument of revenge Cherney shaped her into. There must still be something human in her, some part that can be reached, some possibility of redemption, or at least of ceasing this terrible campaign." Holmes looked at his friend with an expression that held both affection and scepticism. "You're a better man than I am, Watson, if you can still see the humanity in someone who's turned chemistry into murder, who's spent years planning deaths with the precision of a composer writing symphonies. But you're right that we need to find her, if for no other reason than to prevent this tragedy from claiming any more victims." He pulled out a telegram from his pocket, unfolding it with tired fingers. "This arrived an hour ago, from Professor Ashworth. He's finished decoding the ballad in its entirety. The final movement contains not coordinates or dates, but an address. A workshop in Prague, in the old glass-making district. The Kashbar workshop, where Václav created his instruments and where revolutionaries met to plan their doomed conspiracy." "She's there?" Watson asked, leaning forward. "Helena has returned to Prague?" "Or she's planning to return there. The ballad's final section is titled Homecoming in Chermak's notations. I believe it represents the completion of the cycle, the return to the place where everything began." Holmes refolded the telegram. "We need to go to Prague, Watson. We need to find that workshop and whatever final act Helena has planned for this terrible performance. Because I suspect she's not finished yet. I suspect the murders here in London are merely the prelude to something larger, something that will bring the story full circle in ways we haven't yet imagined." Watson felt his exhaustion recede in the face of this new urgency. "When do we leave?" "Tomorrow morning, if we can arrange passage. The boat trains to Dover, then across the Channel and overland through Europe. It will take several days to reach Prague, but I believe we have that time. Helena is methodical. She won't rush her finale." Holmes stood, his energy returning as purpose reasserted itself. "Come, Watson. We have arrangements to make, and Mrs. Hudson will never forgive us if we depart on another continental adventure without proper notice." They left the hospital together, walking out into London's damp evening where gas lamps were being lit against the gathering darkness, where the city went about its eternal business of commerce and crime, love and loss, birth and death, and all the complicated machinery that kept 8 million souls breathing and hoping and struggling through another day. Behind them, in a hospital ward, Franz Müller slept under the influence of morphine, his body fighting poison while his conscience wrestled with 40-year-old choices. Above him, the locket with Lenka's photograph had been secured in Stamford's laboratory, another piece of evidence in a case that was becoming less about detection and more about whether the past could ever be properly laid to rest. or whether it would continue to reach forward through time, demanding payment for debts that could never be fully satisfied. And somewhere, whether in London or Prague, whether preparing her next move or already executing it, Helena worked with the patience and precision she'd learned from grief, turning beauty into death with hands that had been shaped for music but had chosen poison instead, composing her terrible symphony, one carefully poisoned note at a time. The evening deepened into night, and London settled into its customary darkness, and the story that had begun in Prague in 1885 moved toward whatever conclusion 40 years of grief and guilt had prepared for it. The final movement was yet to be played, and only time would tell whether it would end in justice or simply in more echoes of suffering reverberating through the silence that follows all tragedies, all revolutions, all loves and hates that burn too bright to last but leave scars that never fade. The fog returned, as it always did, wrapping London in its familiar embrace, and somewhere in that fog 2 men planned their journey toward a city where glassmakers had once dreamed of revolution, and where their daughters now dreamed only of revenge. The game continued, but its end was finally coming into view. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're unwinding under the quiet glow of Berlin, the warm coastal air of Goa, the gentle city hush of Copenhagen, or the moonlit rooftops of Rome. If this moment brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in gentle stillness. Let the night embrace you. Let your thoughts settle slowly. Let your dreams wander wherever they feel lightest. Sleep softly now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.